by political maneuvering and willful ignorance. Yet the true measure of justice will be seen not in the proclamation of law, but in its enforcement. Over and over, we've been forced to confront a damning reality. The United States has played a central role in enabling Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza and its broader occupation of Palestine. Our tax dollars fund the bombs that rain down on Palestinians. Our political leaders offer unwavering support to a regime that systematically oppresses and brutalizes the entire people, now recognized by international law. For Congress to allow a war criminal like Bibi to enter the halls of our legislative chambers, let alone our country, is nothing short of disgraceful. Occupation existed long before him, we all know that. Netanyahu's hands are stained with the blood of thousands upon thousands of Palestinians. The 9-month-long genocide of Gaza, marked by relentless bombings and blockades, bears his signature. And yet our leaders, those who claim to stand for justice and democracy, have not only welcomed him, but have met with him, tactically endorsing his crimes. President Biden is set to meet with Netanyahu tomorrow despite knowing the absolute truth for months. And every member of Congress who has facilitated this visit not only stands complicit in these atrocities, but is still legally responsible for them. We must channel our outrage into action. It's not enough to condemn these actions with words. We must demand that our leaders uphold international law and human rights, no matter how tiring it may become for us. The occupation of apartheid must end, and the enforcement of the ICJ ruling is a critical step in this journey. We must pressure our government to cease its support for Israel's crimes, both politically and financially, but is responsible and accountable, like Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. This is a moment of truth for all of us. We stand by as a country that protects their rights. Will we allow our leaders to betray the principles of justice and humanity? Or will we rise united and resolute to demand an end to this complicity? We must rally our communities, educate our peers, and hold our elected officials accountable on a daily basis. The world is watching, and history will judge us by our actions or our inaction. Let us honor the resilience and courage of the Palestinian people by refusing to be silent, no matter how long it takes. Let us demand justice, not just in words, but in our deeds. We owe it to the Palestinian people. We owe it to ourselves as American taxpayers, and to our future generations to fight for a world where justice prevails, and that begins by making clear that we, as Americans, tax-paying citizens, do not welcome war criminals of any kind into our country or the halls of legislative chambers and out of our homes. Thank you, and
today, Zaina Hutchinson, from the Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee.
Good morning, Washington. Maybe we need a different channel. Free, free, Palestine! Free, free, Palestine! We are minutes away from a war criminal being celebrated.
To keep us, the people, out to protect the guilty. But what they don't realize is that we are the ones here, free with the truth and calling for justice, and they are the cowards, captive, literally and figuratively. They are the ones who will forever be imprisoned in the legacy of genocide. We see you! We see you! Liberation is inevitable and accountability is coming. We protest a genocidal maniac, his supporters and enablers, and demand his arrest. But we will not give them the attention they so crave. Because despite them, we are here to uplift and center the Palestinian people in Gaza, in Tulkarem, in Al-Khalil, in Jenin, in Nablus, in Ramallah, in Jaffa, in Bisan, in Bethlehem, in Rashrash, in Jericho, in Al-Quds, and all Palestinians in refugee camps and in exile. We protest a genocidal maniac, his supporters and his enablers, and demand his arrest. But we uplift the memory of Muhammad Bhar, whose last words were, "Bas ya habibi," while being mauled by an Israeli army dog and then left to bleed to death. And we uplift the memory of Hind Rajab, of Sidra Hassoune, and the tens of thousands of Palestinian children killed by the Zionist entity over decades. We protest a genocidal maniac, his supporters and his enablers, and call for his arrest. But we uplift Palestinian journalists, academics, healthcare workers, farmers, thinkers, athletes, artists, and all resistance to oppression, subjugation, and genocide. We uplift the memory of our Ghassan Kanafani, our Najil Ali, our Fadwa Tuqan, our Shireen Abu Aqle, our Rifat Al-Harir. We protest a genocidal maniac, his supporters and his enablers, and demand his arrest. But we uplift the thousands of Palestinians in all of the Zionist dungeons and torture camps. Let's make sure they hear us when we say, we don't ask permission to end genocide. We demand it. We don't ask for permission to end apartheid. We don't ask for permission to return to our homeland. We demand it. We don't ask for permission to free Palestine. Because liberation is a right, not a gift. Together we will not be denied. We will not back down. We will not be defeated. We will not surrender. We will not submit. Let's stay focused. Let's remember that Palestine unites us. Lastly, look around you. Each and every one of you is part of a just and historic movement. And it's called a movement because it can't be stagnant. It has to continue. Take care of yourselves and each other, because togetherness and justice is more powerful than any of their weapons. So while we are here powerfully together, let's remember and let them hear us in Gaza, in Palestine, and in every room and chamber in Congress when we say, "Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine! I can see it, but you can't fully see it. There are thousands of people who are lining Pennsylvania Avenue to say no to the war criminal Netanyahu. So if you're off on the sides and the sidewalks, if you can, fill into the street so we have the greatest possible manifestation for all of those who want to take photos, so we can see the sea of humanity that has come here to stand with the Palestinians today. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said, "Time comes when silence is betrayal, and we will not be silent in the face of a genocide." Dr. King spoke those words at Riverside Church in New York City. And I'm honored to bring to the stage, and I ask you to give a warm welcome to the Reverend Adrian Thorne, the senior minister from Riverside Church.
Good morning, good morning. We're so grateful to be here with you. We've organized 9 busloads of believers of many faiths to be here today to stand with you. To stand with you against death and to proclaim life. To stand against destruction and proclaim peace. To stand against the United States Congress welcoming Benjamin Netanyahu and to proclaim there is another way. Shame. 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 There is no place in this land of the free and home of the brave for a war criminal to speak to the most powerful people in our nation. There is no place for Netanyahu, for whom the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant to address Congress and beseech our government these words today for the freedom of our siblings in the Holy Land, as well as for our own freedom. In the words of Angela Davis, if Palestine can be free, then we all can be free. The Riverside Church in the city of New York calls for the release of all hostages, calls for the release of all prisoners being held in Israel without cause, calls for an immediate and adequate aid distribution to Gaza, and an immediate, just, and permanent ceasefire. We encourage all people of faith and all lovers of life to do the same. Amen. Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
We have an update. Previously, I told you there were 4 intersections that were been blockaded by the people for Palestine. Now it's 5. Pennsylvania and 9th, Independence and 14th. North Carolina and Pennsylvania Southeast, Independence and 4th, and Union Station have all been claimed by the people. All I'll say is stay tuned. More to come. Now please give a warm and heartfelt welcome to our next speaker all the way from New York City, Rabbi David Feldman.
In our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians. I'm here with a contingent of the Rabbinic community, rabbi scholars and students from the New York, New Jersey area. We are here, we are troubled and disturbed when war criminal Netanyahu stands up to address the Congress of the United States. He comes here supposedly representing all Jews and claiming that the Jewish religion supposedly condones his movement and the actions it carries out. He claims that the Jewish people are supposedly in a danger from their supposed enemies, the Palestinians, that supposedly want to drive us all into the sea. This is misleading propaganda in order to drive American politicians to blind support to what he calls the supposed self-defense. Zionism does not represent Judaism. Judaism is a religion only, while Zionism is a purely political movement. The state of Israel does not represent world Jewry. We have masses of Jewish people worldwide who publicly oppose, condemn everything Israel stands for. The Palestinian people are not the enemy of the Jewish people. We lived in peace in Palestine as in other Muslim countries prior to the 1920s, prior to the invention of Zionism, despite any differences of religion. It is the brutal, illegal and anti-Jewish occupation of Palestine which is causing death and destruction to Palestine and to the Jewish people. According to Judaism, Jewish people are in a divinely decreed exile. We are forbidden to create any sovereignty by physical means. We are forbidden to kill, steal, or oppress any people, especially the Palestinian people who are kind to us for so long. future, we must understand and realize what is the root cause to the problem. It is the occupation of Palestine which is destroying everyone involved. Certainly we need a permanent ceasefire, but a ceasefire is way not enough. We need a total end to this entire occupation of Palestine. And then, and only then, we can hope to see once again that historic peace be in the future, God willing, inshallah. Thank you very much.
One more time for Rabbi Feldman, please. Now, previously I told you there were 5 intersections that were taken. Let's add one more. The intersection that has been claimed, the 6th intersection that has been claimed by the people in the name of Palestine and against the war criminals, Constitution and 10th. Let's keep the energy up for our comrades putting themselves on the line, for our people in Gaza, and to let everyone inside that cursed building know what we're about. And let's keep that same energy as we welcome our next speaker, Nihad Awad, from the Council on American Islamic Relations.
Assalamu alaikum. I know it's a sad day in American history. You know why? Because there is a war criminal in town. They call him a prime minister, but what do we call him? A criminal. A criminal is at loose on Capitol Hill. Make your life shitty. Make your life shitty. Make your life shitty. Make your life shitty.
אנחנו מרוחקים רק כמה בלוקים מבניין הקונגרס שם נטען נתניהו. וההפגנות הן מאוד מוגבלות.
And their own future state. Not only that, he will work hard on his speech to manipulate our government to conduct a war with Iran. This war criminal has said in many speeches, and I paraphrase, he believes that the American people are stupid.
ולא רואים כלום, וכל מוכח גרון לא ירגיש לרגע שמפגינים אם זה יימשך כך. אבל מסביב הרבה מאוד פעילות, בעיקר הרבה מאוד ראש ושרי וושינגטון, שחלק גם קריאות נגד המשטרה, אגב, קריאות נגד מצור, קריאות אינתיפאדה, קריאות למהפכה, קריאות להפסקה. כל הדברים ששומעים, שומעים אותם בחוף המזרחי, וכך ניסיון העבר גם ניסיון המשטרה כדי והכל די שווה בחוק השלום.
This showing, a powerful showing, the U.S. media, international media is here witnessing your power, your voice, your advocacy, standing up for justice for everyone, including for the Palestinian people. You are here with your energy, but I challenge you today to thank those who skipped the criminal speech today. I challenge you to call those people who applauded the speech and invited him to protest their hypocrisy and normalization of criminal war and the devastating war against the Palestinian people. I challenge you not to give up on the election in November. I challenge you to go up and show up, because the uncommitted movement was able to sideline President Biden, and we have to continue. We have to continue to put up our demands for ceasefire, for ending the U.S. military aid to Israel, for the U.S. complicity in these war crimes, and for the U.S. to commit to rebuild Gaza and work for a peace process that will lead to the
במעגלים של הסכמים, כך שההפגנות האלה לא באמת להזדרז, ובטוח חוזר הפעם לא שונים שם המתאים, לא שטח די סטרילי, שכל המדינות לא יראה,
Palestine will be free.
Detroit, Dearborn.
Please go home. Please go home. Please go home. Please go home. Please go home.
Thank you. Got it? Watch your.
Please go home. Please go home.
Drop everything. Stand aside in case you
Please
guys
go
want
home. Please go home. Please go home. Please go home. Please go home. That's all we know you. You kill black people too. That's all we know you. That's all we know you. You kill black people too. You kill black people too. You kill black people too.
If a small land like Gaza, less than 135 square miles, can hold Israel to a 292 days of war, okay, imagine if all areas in the Middle East can gather together and pull together a unified front. To date, this genocide war had claimed almost 40,000 lives, mainly children and women, and more than 100,000 injured, and over 2.2 million displaced in Gaza, many of them 5 to 7 times over. 447 schools and universities and higher education areas have been destroyed in the last 9 months. 81,000 tons of bombs have been dropped on Gaza. That's equal 5.5 times the Hiroshima nuclear power that dropped on Japan. There is no water, no drinking water, there's no electricity in Gaza. There are no food. All exits to Gaza has been blocked, and there's nothing can come in out of Gaza. Even the injured cannot leave. Over 230,000 residential units have been destroyed in Gaza.
Revolution!
libraries while they are sitting in that building sending billions of dollars, $150 billion since 1948.
And with that, welcome to a special edition of the Fox 5 Live Zone. I'm your host, Guy Labor. Thank you so much for joining us as we provide you with continuous coverage with regard to all things surrounding the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's speech before a joint session of Congress. This as all eyes continue to remain on Capitol Hill, where, as I just stated, the Prime Minister will address a joint session of Congress. He'll do so in an effort to seek support for the Israel war against Hamas. All this as a number of protests have gotten underway in the nation's capital. Some of the protests condemn the Israeli Prime Minister's handling of the war, while others now expressing support for Israel while seeking to strike a ceasefire deal and bring hostages home. Much of the Capitol, as you can see, the campus surrounding that now closed to the public, and fencing has been put up around the perimeter of the Capitol building. House and Senate office buildings are only being used by members, staff, and those that have official business. For the next 2 hours, we'll cover any and all things surrounding the Prime Minister's speech. And in order to set the scene, our own Marissa Mitchell got a chance to speak with a political journalist earlier today about what's to be expected.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in D.C., set to address Congress in a speech today. Political journalist Morgan Vina joins us now. Morgan, thank you so much for joining us this morning here on Fox 5. This visit coming amid the ongoing 9-month war, of course, and great divide over it. What can we expect to hear from him tonight?
So Prime Minister Netanyahu is really going to focus his speech on unity between the United States and Israel. This is something that I think the United States has a lot of shared common values and interests. And so he's really going to focus on those values that are incredibly important to both countries, including, democracy and sovereignty and the desire by both the American people and the Israelis to live in a free and just society. Much of the speech is going to focus on the terrorist attacks that took place on October 7th of last year. He's going to focus a lot on the hostages that are still being held and the operations that Israelis are taking to free them. Also, I think it's important to mention that there are currently 8 Americans still being held hostage in Gaza by Hamas. And so he will likely discuss that. He's going to meet with a lot of the hostage families while he's here in the United States.
We know that dozens of Democrat lawmakers are expected to boycott the speech. We've already seen protests. Can you elaborate on that dynamic and how it can further maybe complicate his visit?
Absolutely. So I think we're likely to see a lot of the usual suspects boycott this speech, including those from the squad like Ilhan Omar. But I think we're also going to see a lot of senators too. Elizabeth Warren has said that she won't attend. She's, of course, a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. We've seen Senator Chris Van Hollen from Maryland also say he's going to boycott. Senator Schatz, who is also, a member of the Jewish faith, has said he won't attend either. And so I think that this is pretty telling. What I wonder is whether we will see as many members boycott the speech as we saw in 2015. I think notably, Vice President Harris will not be in attendance. She has chosen to prioritize a speech at a sorority in Indiana instead. Normally, she would preside over this joint session in her role as President pro tempore.
It's interesting that you mentioned VP Harris, because I was just about to ask how the political shakeup with Biden announcing he's not running for re-election, how that may even impact Netanyahu's visit and speech, for that matter.
Yeah. So, I mean, President Biden is essentially a lame duck president right now. Nevertheless, there are a number of items that he will want to establish for his legacy moving forward. And I think meeting with Netanyahu tomorrow is going to be pretty critical in terms of his foreign policy agenda. With that said, though, Vice President Harris will also meet with Netanyahu. And she has taken a much different tone with respect to Israel. She's been highly critical of what she perceives as Israel's heavy-handedness in Gaza and the plight of civilians there. You'll also note that she got out in front of her skis earlier this year when she called for a ceasefire ahead of President Biden. So I think she's much more forward-leaning on her tough stance with Netanyahu. With that said, though, I do think it's notable that she will not be there at the speech today. But I think it's also interesting that back in 2015, Vice President Biden was also not at the speech. When Netanyahu came to speak the last time. That, of course, was amid President Obama's negotiations with Iran regarding the JCPOA. And Netanyahu's speech was actually seen as an attempt to undermine those negotiations. So I think you're seeing protests once again by this administration.
All right, Morgan, thanks so much for the look back and the look ahead, because we'll all be watching tonight. We appreciate your time.
And that look actually happening right now. This as a number of pro-Palestinian protests get underway in the streets of Washington, D.C., all due to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's joint session appearance before Congress in his speech. Joining us now to discuss all things surrounding that is Mr. Harley Littman. Is he a foreign policy expert back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone? Mr. Littman, always good to see you, sir.
Pleasure is mine.
All right. So let's jump into it. Obviously, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu here to shore up support for his war in Gaza. This is going to happen in just about, let's say, an hour and 50 minutes or so. What does that look like to you?
I think that he's trying to convince especially more the Democratic side of the House, because the Republican side is largely with him, that he needs support to complete this war. And that Israel was attacked. To remind people of that Israel has no interest in killing innocent Palestinians. It's painful for Israel to do so. It creates only more terrorists. The world then builds up in support of the Palestinian cause to the detriment of Israel. Israel becomes more isolated. So I think he'll make the point that it's not in Israel's interest to kill innocent Palestinians, but that the responsibility for that lies squarely with Hamas, who made the war, started the attack on October 7th, and do not protect their own citizens.
Mr. Lippman, I'm going to play devil's advocate here. If we take a live shot of, once again, the protests that are taking place right now in the streets of Washington, D.C., they would beg to say differently. They would say that, in essence, the Prime Minister has really gone about to create chaos and carnage within Gaza. And so with that question being posed, I'm curious what you think the Prime Minister would respond to if given the opportunity to hear that question.
I think the Prime Minister would say, what else would you want him to do? Just apply this to any other country. If a country is attacked, and Israel's a small nation, so 1,200 of their people were murdered, most of them civilians, and tortured and raped, what would any other country do? Would they not bomb the terrorists because they're hiding behind civilians? I suspect every other country will do what they could, not only to go after the murderers of their own citizens, but we have to remember that also Hamas holds over 100 Israeli citizens. They kidnap people from their bedrooms, children, elderly. Again, I don't know any nation that would tolerate that. And they probably would have been more aggressive than Israel is. What happens is, if I were Bibi Netanyahu, what I would say to your good question, playing devil's advocate, is that this is a world of social media. So all you see on television is a bomb going off in Gaza, and there sadly may be innocent Palestinians killed. So all you're going to see in this footage is innocent Palestinians. And of course it's horrible to see that. So without any analysis, without any real knowledge, they just simplistically draw the conclusion, oh my God, Israel's trying to kill these poor innocent people. Israel's a warmongering nation, they're committing genocide. It's just not true. This is just Israel, this is forced on Israel. And I will remind, lastly, the audience that when the United States went to war against Iraq and Afghanistan, they killed over 400,000 Muslims, 400,000. The Hamas is saying that Israel killed 40,000. And there were virtually no demonstrations saying that the United States was not killing civilians. And the United States, not intentionally, was killing civilians because they were trying to get to the terrorists and they were trying to get to the Taliban.
Mr. Lippman, as we speak, we're taking a live look at Vice President Kamala Harris arriving in Indianapolis, where she's set to speak before a black sorority later today. Of course, all eyes on her as well with regard to her now seeking the presidency. With that being said, we know that she will not be at the joint session congressional hearing, or shall I say speech today. Her and at least 80 other Democratic congressional members. What do you think that says to the Prime Minister?
Well, it's clearly a snub. She's going to a sorority and prioritizing that over meeting America's most important ally in the Middle East when they're in the midst of a war for survival. It's disappointing, but clearly it's making a statement. Bibi Netanyahu is low in popularity polls in Israel and the United States, but he is the democratically elected leader of that nation. And our bonds with Israel are stronger than any one person. We can't say, oh, we don't like this person's policy, so we're not going to meet him and hear what he has to say. And on the contrary, we're even going to snub him. I don't think that this is smart foreign policy and smart decision on behalf of people who are going to boycott. Boycott just speaks to, they don't want to hear what he has to say, and they're making a political statement.
Yeah.
And lastly, it's only going to create more problems, more war, more violence, because the sad truth is that people in the Middle East view things through the lens of power. You cannot begin to understand Middle Eastern politics unless you understand that probably more than any region in the world, everything is viewed through the lens of power. And if they see the Prime Minister of Israel being snubbed, that can only encourage radical nations in the Middle East to test the United States and test Israel's resolve as they see daylight between Israel and the United States. So not helpful.
Yeah, Mr. Lippman, we do know that the Vice President Harris and President Biden are scheduled to meet with the Israeli Prime Minister tomorrow. He is then set to meet with former President Trump in Florida on Friday. So we have confirmed that, and that is due to happen. I want to touch back to the Israeli Prime Minister in the the whole seeking of a ceasefire, if you will. A number of folks are stating that that's what this is all about. His arrival here, right here in America, is to actually find a way to find that ceasefire, whereas many say that's just not going to happen anytime soon.
Well, apparently it looks like it will happen. I mean, you never know, of course. A lot of things could come up at the last minute. There's been disappointments before, but they've never been this close to a sort of resolution, a ceasefire and the release of hostages in stages. This is what I'm hearing. So, as they say, fingers crossed, if we keep going in the right direction and nothing significant happens to derail this, it looks more likely than not we're actually going to see some resolution here, a ceasefire and the release of hostages.
Mr. Lippman, we have several pictures, obviously, of you with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So it is obvious you have had the opportunity to meet the man, to have had a conversation with the man. Your gauge on him, out of curiosity. I myself have not had the opportunity to do so, and so I'm curious, what sense did you get from him, if any?
Someone who's very confident. You know, he's beleaguered, but he's very strong. Someone who is determined to defeat the enemy Hamas, feels that he will be vindicated. The example when I met with him that he gave was that the Biden administration and most countries in the world said, don't go into Rafah, it's going to be a catastrophe, a humanitarian crisis. Well, Israel went in Rafah, is in Rafah, and they successfully evacuated nearly 1 million Palestinians from Rafah safely and quickly. And the Biden administration said it will take weeks or months. Israel did it in less than a week. And they had a lot of success against Hamas. And the reason why Hamas is willing to finally make an agreement, you know, is because they're under huge pressure from Israel militarily, and they're badly losing this war.
For those that state the Israeli Prime Minister has been too hard, I'm curious, because if you look at the headlines, you'll see, has he been too hardline? Is he going down the wrong path? And so with that being said, there has to be speculation as to the route he's gone about to handle the war in Gaza. Would you say so as well?
Could you repeat that question again, please?
With regard to the Israeli Prime Minister being hardline, is he taking a hardline approach to the Hamas within Gaza?
You know, it depends how you define hardline. I would say, I don't know of any Israeli prime minister that would do anything different. Maybe other prime ministers would have ended the war quicker. But again, you know, Hamas is unique in its difficulties. It's the most protected place on earth. It's protected by Amnesty International, by the UN, by student demonstrators, by tunnels that are bigger than the New York subway system. It's an engineering wonder. Booby traps. They don't want to kill their own hostages. They want to kill as few Palestinian civilians as possible, and they're under the eyes of the media all over the world. And they don't want Israeli soldiers to die needlessly. So they have huge challenges and constraints, the likes of I don't think any country in the history of warfare has ever seen. So I don't think that he's hardline. You know, if Hamas just says I surrender, their leadership could leave Gaza safely. The war will stop. No one will die. And the hostages will come back. So it's all in Hamas's hands. You know, it's funny how everybody puts pressure and blames Israel. The war could end tomorrow. All Hamas has to say is, we give up.
Yeah. And with that, sir, I'll end with this, and that is, what would be deemed a victory for Benjamin Netanyahu while visiting right here in America?
I think if he's able to convince Kamala Harris that the greatest threat to peace in the world, not just to Israel, but is from Iran. Without Iran, Hamas could not have and would not have attacked Israel. All roads lead to Iran. And the truth is, as horrible as it sounds, the only way we're going to have peace in that part of the world and in the world is to have a different regime in Iran. This regime has been dedicated for 45 years to its mission of destroying Israel first, then the United States. Take them seriously. They're weeks away of breaking out with a nuclear bomb. And I think that Bibi Netanyahu wants to convey that every administration has said that they will not let, including the Biden administration, will not allow Iran to get a nuclear bomb. Well, according to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, they're a week or two away from enriching uranium to have that bomb. So now's the time that we need strong action to prevent a far worse, greater World War III, which will happen if we don't stop Iran now.
Mr. Harley Littman, once again, foreign policy expert, kind enough to join us right here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. Sir, truly appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And with that, we're going to take you back live right here to the nation's capital to yet another pro-Palestinian protest that's taking place, currently underway. In just a minute, we're going to be joined by Mr. Ron Halber. He is the executive director of the Jewish Community Relations Council, and he'll join us next right here on the Live Zone.
Republicans, Democrats, whatever new face of imperialism trying to bring forth. We know the United States government sponsors terrorists.
And we're back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone, where emotions are running high within the nation's capital. This as we expect a speech by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Joining us now to discuss all things surrounding that is Mr. Ron Halber. He is the executive director of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington, and kind enough to join us right here on the Live Zone. Mr. Halber, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
So I want folks to pretty much understand fully it is that you all really focus on, and that is 4 pillars. I'm hoping you can elaborate, sir.
Oh, the JCRC focuses on social justice, interfaith relations, Israel advocacy, and other elements that are of importance to the Jewish community.
And you all do. And you all do an amazing job at just that. With that being said, obviously all eyes are on Capitol Hill, where in just about a little over an hour and a half, the Israeli Prime Minister will address a joint session of Congress. I'm curious, what do you think that speech will consist of, and what do you want it to consist of?
Well, I think it's going to consist of the Prime Minister demonstrating, first of all, I think it's going to be bipartisan in nature, and I think it's going to be well received. And I think the Prime Minister is going to emphasize his gratitude to the administration, to both chambers of Congress, and to both parties for their overwhelmingly steadfast support for Israel during this war, and for the enduring relationship between our two nations.
I wish I could say he received a warm welcome right here in the nation's capital. However, some would argue to disagree with that. We know that Nancy Pelosi will not be in attendance at the joint session speech, if you will. She has decided to meet with several families of Hamas victims. Your take on that, sir?
Well, there's a comfort of Nancy Pelosi was an extraordinarily pro-Israel Speaker of the House. We need to remember that, who for years and years helped to maintain the relationship. But some members of Congress are choosing not to attend the speech. It's a decision. It's a conscious decision that they have to look at and to decide why they want to boycott the speech. Some are doing it because they're out of distaste to the prime minister, but the overwhelming majority of members of Congress are attending, and they're doing so to demonstrate that even if they, perhaps at this moment, don't like the democratically elected leader of Israel or some of the policies, they're paying homage to the decades-long mutual bilateral alliance between our two nations. And I think that's the proper way to go. You don't have to agree with the prime minister to sit there in the Capitol just to show respect for the multi-decade alliance between our two nations.
Sure. Mr. Halber, we know that it all boils down to how you are perceived back at home. In this case, I'm making reference to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. With him not getting that so-called warm welcome, overall, how do you think that take will be back at home?
Oh, I think he will benefit from this back home. I think he's the only international leader who will have spoken to a joint session of Congress 4 times. He is a very good orator. I think he will use this moment as an opportunity to try and reset thinking of the war among those who are opposed and to strengthen the support among the 80% of Americans who support Israel over Hamas and among the overwhelming majority of Americans who understand why and how this war began. I think it's important for everyone to remember there was no war on October 6th, but on October 7th, Hamas terrorists ran across the border, murdered, maimed, and mutilated over 1,200 Israelis, took hundreds hostage, and the only reason we're talking about a war 9 months later is because what happened on October 7th.
Yeah, no, fully understand, sir, and it's my job to play devil's advocate, and I would assume that the opposition would state, well, more than 40,000 Palestinians have now been killed as a result of this war as well, and I'm curious your take on that.
Well, my answer is that for the Palestinians, for Hamas, the more Palestinians dead, the better. They like seeing their own people killed because it creates great public relations for them. Israelis are trying to avoid casualties, and urban warfare experts have been continuously saying that Israel has gone to extraordinary lengths to avoid casualties. But I want everybody to think about this for a moment. Israel tries to avoid killing innocent Palestinians, and Hamas purposely puts themselves in civilian structures so that when Israel comes into attack, more civilians will die. That's the difference. Israel tries to avoid innocents, and that Hamas tries to cause them. And the people outside who are screaming such horrible things like, we don't want 2 states, we go back to 1948, are just inspiring these people. And it's important to note, by the way, that if you hear that slogan, that's not calling for an end of the war. That's calling for an end of the Jewish state. So before we go ahead and characterize the prime minister as personification of evil and the protesters as self-righteous and innocent and they're calling for the violent destruction of the Jewish state, at least the ones that you just showcased on your video.
Yes, sir. And with that being said, I'm going to pose this to all of my guests today, and that is, what would be deemed a victory for the Prime Minister when he returns to Israel? Now, well, we already stated with regard to how the public would possibly take it, but what would make him happy?
Well, the Prime Minister wants to remain in power. That's the number one. And a lot of Israelis would like to see him gone. And I think he's going to use this to show that he is a leader on the world stage and maintains the gravitas internationally to lead the state of Israel in this 7-front war. I think this is a largely political event. This is I think, even though it's going to be a serious policy speech, I think the Prime Minister was more than eager to accept this invitation so he can demonstrate that he still has what it takes after being Prime Minister for 15 years, and he's hoping it'll shore up his political support among Israel's population. I don't think it will. I think they may respect the job that he's done, but I think Israelis will continue to hold him responsible for what happened on October 7th, and overwhelmingly, Israelis want him to resign, and at some point, he's going to have to face the consequences of his government's failure to prevent what happened on October 7th. He's the leader. He's the one who has to take responsibility for it.
Very good, sir. Once again, we have been speaking with Mr. Ron Halber. He is the Executive Director of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington, and kind enough to join us right here on the Live Zone. Truly appreciate your commentary, sir.
Thanks for the opportunity.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. With regard to that break, take you back to one of the many protests that are currently underway right here in the nation's capital. As you take a peek in and take a listen, when we return, we're going to be joined by political strategist and U.S. Navy Captain Retired Armin Kurdigan, rather. He's coming up next right here on the Live Zone. We'll be right back.
Before I introduce the next speaker, you found a phone on a bench. If you lost your phone, your mom is calling you a lot. I'm sure she's very worried. Please come to the side. We'll try to get this out. But please put your hands together.
Pretty visual, but what's the message you want to send today?
Stop bombing Palestine.
Everything you have, let's welcome Nini Taylor to the stage.
Ma'am, we saw your sign. What's the message you want to send today?
We shouldn't be killing innocent people for the government to just, sorry, it's really loud. We shouldn't be killing innocent kids. We shouldn't be supplying them with bombs with our tax dollars. That's evil. It's just evil.
And I see you got Netanyahu and Biden here. You're sending this message to.
Yeah, to all politicians that...
All right, guys, once again, welcome back to the Fox 5 Live Zone. You were just listening to a pro-Palestinian protester with regard to all things surrounding Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, set to address a joint session of Congress. That's due to happen in just about an hour and a half. One of three stories we are following. And then there's this. FBI Director Christopher Wray currently testifying at a hearing on Trump's shooting. We are keeping a close eye on that. And then later this afternoon, Vice President Kamala Harris is set to address her campaign hopes to win women of color. This taking place in Indianapolis. Meanwhile, back here in Washington, D.C., the top story at this hour is the Israeli Prime Minister. Joining us now to discuss all things surrounding what's to be expected and what will likely happen is Armin Kurdigan. He is a political strategist in U.S. Navy captain retired back here on the Live Zone. Mr. Kurdigan, always a pleasure to see you, sir.
Hey, Guy. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
All right. Boy, is it a busy afternoon. You just heard the three stories that we're touching on. In this case, we're going to start off with the Israeli Prime Minister set to speak before a joint session of Congress. With that being said, I'm curious, your take on what the overall goal for the Prime Minister is.
Well, this is Netanyahu's fourth address to a joint session of Congress, which means that he's done it more than any other leader in world history. Churchill did it 3 times, so Netanyahu's here again. Obviously, he will hit on a lot of the same tones that we discussed previously in terms of, hey, we're one of your strongest allies. We're the only democracy really in the Middle East. Our history goes back many, many years. The support of the Jewish nation, probably make references back to World War II, the freeing of Jewish prisoners in concentration camps. I'm sure he'll hit on a lot of the economic ties that we have, the spiritual ties that we have, but obviously the story of the day is the war that's going on in Gaza, and continue to make his efforts and his entreaties for the U.S. to remain steadfast in this war against a terrorist organization whose stated objective still to this day is the destruction of the state of Israel.
Yeah, you just made mention of what's going on in Gaza. I want to focus yet again on what's going on here in the U.S. of A., that being what some would deem political chaos. Of course, his visit here will really take away the focus with regard to what's happening on the Republican side and on the Democratic side. How does this suit lawmakers here in America?
So I'm a little disappointed that our vice president is going to boycott, along with many dozens of other Democrat lawmakers who are not going to be there. I think that's a sign of disrespect to the prime minister. Politically, obviously, something else that is of great interest to Israel as part of our foreign policy is the Iran nuclear deal. And Netanyahu was back here in 2015 to try to dissuade the United States from that. I think we've seen a lot of Iran's actions in the Middle East and what they do with the funds and the money that they have when they go and when they're funded and they're allowed to sell their oil and then spread that wealth around to other proxies in the Middle East. So that is also of a very major political that's a very major political issue for Congress, and also for a lot of Americans who are concerned about our, it's obviously not our direct support for terrorism, but the facilitation of Iran support for a lot of these issues. So that's going to be also a point of discussion, I believe, that Netanyahu is going to bring up today.
Yeah, we do know that Netanyahu will meet with former President Trump on Friday. Before that, tomorrow, he will meet with Vice President Harris and current President Biden. With that being said, I'm curious. Tonight, all eyes will be on the Oval Office, where President Biden will address the nation. And of course, this will be the first time many of us will see him since he has recovered from COVID, returned from Delaware back here to D.C. What do you think that speech will consist of?
This is going to be very interesting. Up until Biden's decision not to run again, he's now a lame duck with 5.5 months left in his administration, 3.5 months until the election. It'll be interesting to see how much attention this speech actually gets this evening, because a lot of the, let's say, the import of what Joe Biden has to say, just by the nature of where we are in our current political process, is, I think, has atrophied quite significantly in the last couple of weeks. I would expect that if Joe Biden wants to go out with a positive legacy, then he should have a very positive message. He should almost maybe not even mention the presidential race, especially from the Oval Office. Talk about the positivity of American values, of American exceptionalism, of the future that, even though we may disagree with it politically, what he hopes the United States can achieve in the next 10 or 20 years. Perhaps wish good luck to Vice President in her race and leave it at that. I would focus on a very positive message. I would focus on positively characterizing the Prime Minister's speech today in a joint session of Congress. Try to uplift the American people, and that would probably suit him best politically. And quite frankly, I think it's something the country really needs at this point.
Obviously, the president is hoping to leave an amazing legacy behind, and when it comes to legacy, in this case, it would probably suit him to really broker a ceasefire with regard to Hamas in Israel. Is it possible? Will it happen?
Anything is possible. Obviously, anytime there's conflict and war in the world, it's human beings throwing resources at each other to kill each other, and nothing good comes of wars other than trying to get them stopped or preventing them from being fought in the first place. We keep learning this lesson that wars are fought and won before the first shot is actually fired. If there is a peace deal, if there's a peace deal on the table, it's become much harder to achieve now that just in the last couple of days, China got basically all of the Palestinian organizations together, Hamas, PLO, and others, Fatah, to try to strengthen their hand in terms of trying to get an end to the war. And I frankly think that's going to be counterproductive. And the U.S. Really took a little bit of a black eye here from a foreign policy perspective for perhaps allowing this to happen, or maybe not lead turning it in the court of world and public opinion. So the U.S. and Israel cannot, in any stretch of the imagination, allow Hamas to remain in control of the Gaza Strip. They're a stated terrorist organization. That can't happen. You might be able to work with Fatah to try to get power back on the Gaza Strip. Ultimately, this has to be settled between Israel and the Palestinians. They did it in Egypt in 1978. They did it again with Jordan in 1994, and several additional countries under the previous administration. So peace is definitely possible. It's necessary. It's needed. It's good for everyone. It's just a question if the right people are in charge and make the really tough, hard decisions in order to get to that ultimate objective, which we all would like to see.
Political strategist and U.S. Navy Captain retired Armin Kurdigan joining us yet again on the Live Zone. As always the case, sir. Appreciate your commentary.
Thanks, Guy. Have a good one.
All right, guys. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Live Zone. You are taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol, where Speaker Johnson will hold a joint press conference with none other than Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Of course, the topic of discussion, what will happen later this afternoon? Of course, the Speaker is along with several other members of Congress, and of course the Senate as well. Later this afternoon, in just about an hour and 15 minutes, the Prime Minister will speak before a joint session of Congress. Now, the Speaker has actually said that anybody that interrupts him will be arrested. That remains to be seen, and of course we will keep a close eye on that. When that press conference gets underway, we'll take you there live right here on the Live Zone. Well, with nearly 1 million social media followers and labeled as a best-selling author of the book Bigger, Better, and Bolder, along with her podcast Habits and Hustle, Jennifer Cohen, I gotta tell you, she's one to be reckoned with. Earlier this year, she paid a visit to Israel to gain a first-hand understanding, and now she's kind enough to join us right here on the Live Zone. I present to you Jennifer Cohen. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
I got to tell you, well, we are so glad to have you. First and foremost, I'm a big fan of your podcast. I took a listen to it prior to doing the show today. I wanted to make sure I am fully well versed, if you will. With that being said, I want you to talk about your trip to Israel. And obviously, you are due to arrive here in the nation's capital soon to have a major conference as well. But let's talk about Israel and what you were able to see.
You know, what I noticed the most was the resilience of the state of Israel. That was the most prominent thing I saw. Even with the hardship, everything that's happening, you know, the resilience, the spirit of the people there is unbelievable. And it was just amazing to see, you know. I feel that also I did my interview with President Herzog, who we really just discussed what is happening, the state of affairs, the resilience that the country is having to show now more than ever. It was really a remarkable trip, and I really recommend everybody who hasn't been there to go, because I think the other thing is there are so many misconceptions of what Israel is and what it's about and who lives there. People have this notion that it's just a bunch of Jewish people, but in fact, actually, it's a democratic place with everybody living in unison, happy, and with full spirit and love.
Yeah, but wait, there's more, as they say. You also had a one-on-one conversation with the son of Hamas.
I did, but that was done on my podcast, Habits and Hustle, in Los Angeles when he was visiting. And I will tell you, for anybody, I think that to me was a very, it was a very important moment, because if anybody knows how these people think and act, it is someone who lived it, breathed it, whose father was one of the leaders of it. And he explained in great detail of how it happened, how people get indoctrinated, what happened with him. It was a really amazing 3-hour interview, and he mentioned things in that interview that I don't think he's ever really spoken about with his own personal experiences. And I really recommend people to do their own education, their own research, listen to that, because I think a lot of people don't know what they don't know, and they should take out those moments and learn. Let's just say that.
Yeah. Once again, we are awaiting a press conference with Speaker Johnson and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That's going to get underway in just a minute. Once again, when that happens, we'll take you there live. In the meantime, I want you to talk about what you expect to hear today from the Prime Minister once he addresses a joint session of Congress.
You know, I think he has to do a diplomatic hat trick here, right? He has to show and kind of say thank you to Biden for his support in Israel, especially in the early months. While he has to also, his visit, I'm talking in general, he has to also build rapport with Donald Trump, who's most likely going to be the next president. And he also has to, with Kamala, has to also kind of bridge a gap or kind of make nice with her as well, just in case. I think that he has a big job to do here. I think what he's going to talk to Congress about is a lot about the state of Israel, the warfare state of Israel, how we have Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and overall we have Iran. And I think a big message, if I was him, I would really want to kind of drill in the fact that Israel is on the front lines of America's war. We have, you know, we are considered Israel is considered the little Satan. America is considered the big Satan, and we have to, and he's going to have to establish that and really kind of nail that, or kind of like stick that nail in the coffin hard for people. And I think that's what he's going to really do. He's also probably going to mention the hostages. I would imagine the hostages that are still are in captivity in Gaza. I think that's a big one. How they've tried numerous times to create some kind of situation where we can get them back, and they will not budge. So I think there's a lot of things that he should be talking about, which he probably will be talking about. Of course, I'm not him, but that's what I would start with.
Once again, we're speaking with Jennifer Cohen. She is a best-selling author of the book Bigger, Better, Bolder, along with her podcast Habits in Hustle. You made mention of playing nice, and we know a number of Democrats, at least 80 congressional members, don't plan to play nice. They are not attending that joint session of Congress. What does that say to the Prime Minister?
I think it's a total insult, number one, of course. I think it shows where we are. It says everything bad, everything you can imagine. It says in a negative way, right? Even Kamala Harris, who is not going to be there, but she is meeting with him separately, but she's doing that sorority talk, I believe. I think it's just a big slap in the face. I mean, even if you don't like him, I think of course, we know a lot of people who are very much against him. I think there is some type of respect that has to be shown. Especially given what is happening in Israel right now with the war. I just think it's lousy. I think it doesn't say anything good, that's for sure.
Yeah, before I let you go, I want to give you the platform. You will be speaking at the ICC National Leadership Summit in the near future. What's to be expected?
Yep. Well, I mean, I'm going to be speaking about using my messages of being bold and being assertive and chasing what you want in the realm of university campuses for the students, right? Because I think what's happened is, as I'm sure we all know, there's a ton of anti-Semitism all over the place, especially in the universities, and we need to arm our kids with the tools to not, I think, to be strong, to be resilient, to stand up to bullies. And my message and my entire philosophy and platform, and what I'm going to be just basically taking what I say to, the regular people of entrepreneurship and leadership overall, and using those messages in the same way for these students who have to be victim of what's happening on these campuses.
All right. Once again, we are joined with Miss Jennifer Cohen. She is a best-selling author of the book Bigger, Better, and Bolder, along with her podcast Habits in Hustle. Jennifer, truly appreciate you joining us on the Live Zone.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Once again, we are awaiting Speaker Johnson along with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to address the media. That's going to happen any minute now. In the meantime, we are now joined by former Time Magazine senior reporter and professor at St. Peter's University in New Jersey, Professor Alan Sanders, back here on the Live Zone. Sir, always good to see you.
Always a pleasure, Guy.
I got to tell you, I'm going to have to interrupt you once this press conference gets underway, so I want to make sure that we can get to as much as we can before that happens. A very big day, not only for the Prime Minister, but for, as we were just discussing, Democrats and Republicans right here in the nation's capital. What do you think will unfold today as we see the Prime Minister speak before a joint session of Congress?
Well, I think Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to want to thank the Biden administration for all the support that the administration has given Israel during this war of self-defense. So I think you'll see that. I think he's going to make some statement about the ongoing negotiations for a ceasefire. I don't think those negotiations have been finalized or reached a conclusive agreement, but certainly all the indications are that there are moving parts and they're moving in the right direction. So I think he'll make an allusion to that. And I think he will plead for continued U.S. support for Israel. It's a tight diplomatic dance that he's going to have to do. It's an unfortunate diplomatic dance, I would say, because I don't think the Prime Minister should have come in the middle of an election during which issues are being aired pro and anti-Israel. I think the Prime Minister would have done better to stay home and let American politics play out. This is why you have ambassadors in a country, so that the ambassadors can make the case for your country with both parties quietly. I don't think a public statement, one way or the other, by the Prime Minister will do much to advance the cause of Israel here. I think it's unfortunate that he decided to come at a time when America is in the middle of election. It never works well when you do that.
Mr. Sanders, I'm going to ask you to stand by as we are now waiting to hear from Vice President Harris. She is speaking at a black sorority as her campaign hopes to win women of color. Let's see if we could take a quick peek in to hear what the Vice President is saying.
Good to be with you, to the former presidents who are in attendance, to the International Board of Directors, and to all of the fine members of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. It is my great, great honor to be with you today. And I love you back. And also, on Air Force 2 joining me is Congresswoman Sidney Kamlager-Dove. And I know here is also our dearest Mrs. Opal Lee, the grandmother of Juneteenth. Oh, she was right. And to all of the distinguished ladies, I thank you so very much for this warm welcome. And I will begin by saying a few words about our President Joe Biden. So tonight, yes, thank you, yes. So tonight, our president will address the nation about his decision to step down as a candidate, and he will talk about not only the work, the extraordinary work that he has accomplished, but about his work in the next 6 months. And so before he does, and while I'm here with you, I want to just share with you a little bit about him, based on what I know, based on personal experience. Joe Biden is a leader with bold vision. He cares about the future. He thinks about the future. He has extraordinary determination and profound compassion for the people of our country. And I say that because I know that we are all deeply, deeply grateful for his service to our nation. And to the sisters of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, I thank you for your incredible service to our nation as well. You know, I know who we all are. I know who is here. And I know, therefore, that we share a vision for the future of our nation. A future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. A future of social justice, health justice, economic justice, just as you have laid out in this year's theme. Ours is a vision of a future in which we realize the promise of America. And I deeply believe in the promise of America. A promise of freedom, opportunity, and justice. Not for some, but for all. And for generations, the finer women of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated have fought to build that brighter future. During the Civil Rights Movement, you marched for voting rights, economic justice, and an end to segregation. For more than 50 years, you have worked with the March of Dimes to lift up the urgent issue of maternal health. And from the 1980s, you inaugurated Zeta Days. And I will tell you, when I was a United States Senator, I would see this group of powerful leaders walking through the halls of Congress in white and blue. And I always knew I was looking at some of the most powerful advocates for justice in America. Truly. And of course, your leadership continued in 2020, when during the height of a pandemic, you helped elect Joe Biden, President of the United States, and me as the first woman Vice President of the United States. And I thank you. And now, in this moment, our nation needs your leadership once again. In this moment, I believe we face a choice between two different visions for our nation. One focused on the future, the other focused on the past. And with your support, I am fighting for our nation's future. And let us be clear about what that future looks like. I know the leaders in this room, and I know the future we believe in and we fight for. We here believe in a future where, for example, everyone has affordable health care, which is why our administration capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. We believe in a future where no child has to grow up in poverty, which is why I helped pass the child tax credit, which cut child poverty in half and cut Black child poverty even more. We believe in a future where the economy works for working people. That is why we forgave student loan debt for more than 5 million Americans. And if you or anyone you know benefited from that, please testify. And we are finally making it so that medical debt can no longer be used against your credit score. And it is because of our collective vision for the future that we continue to fight for affordable child care, affordable elder care, and paid family leave. We here believe in a future where all women and all mothers are safe. That is why, as Vice President, I have elevated and took on the issue of maternal mortality, knowing that women in America die at a higher rate in connection with childbirth than women in any other wealthy nation in the world. And Black women are 3 times more likely to die in connection with childbirth. And for too long, this has been a crisis in our country, and it is time that we recognize the crisis it is. In fact, when I took office, I challenged every state in our nation on this issue because, you see, I said, look, we need to extend Medicaid postpartum coverage from a measly 2 months to a full year. And I'm proud to report, whereas when I issued the challenge, only 3 states offered a full year of coverage, now 46 states do. So I say, as we work to build a brighter future and to move our nation forward, we must also recognize there are those who are trying to take us backward. You may have seen their agenda. Part of it is called Project 2025. Now, can you believe they put that in writing? 900 pages of it. Project 2025. A plan to return America to a dark past. They intend to cut Medicare, to repeal our $35 cap on insulin, to eliminate the Department of Education, to end programs like Head Start, which would take away preschool for hundreds of thousands of children in our communities. Let's be clear. This represents an outright attack on our children, our families, and our future. These extremists want to take us back, but we are not going back. We are not going back. Ours is a fight for the future, and ours is a fight for freedom. Across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to live without fear of bigotry and hate, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride, the freedom to learn and acknowledge our true and full history, and the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her what to do.
Once again, you have been listening to Vice President Harris address the Zeta Phi Beta sorority in Indianapolis as she seeks to gain more votes, during which she spoke about it is now a time for America to focus on the future and focus on the past. She is focusing on the future. We take you live now to Capitol Hill, where Speaker Johnson is having a joint press conference with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's take that live.
As such, and invited him here because our dear ally Israel is in an existential fight for its very existence, and that fight extends to every one of its borders. Today, the Israeli people are working to defeat Hamas following, of course, the horrific massacre on October 7th. They're having to ward off Hezbollah in the north. They're having to respond to Houthi attacks in Tel Aviv, and they fended off a historic watershed direct attack from Iran itself, a regime that is allied with Russia and China. The threats Israel faces are not only kinetic. Jerusalem is also combating lawfare and information wars and double standards from the UN and the media. Today and every day, Americans must stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel in its great struggle. In this struggle, nearly 300 days after October 7th, our hearts remain with the 120 men and women, boys and girls who are still in captivity in Gaza. Adon, Iltai, Saji, Hirsch, Gadi, Judy, Omer, Keith, and so many others are being held deep in tunnels. We have not forgotten them, or their families, who so desperately want them home, and we, of course, do as well. Israel and the United States are united in our mission to bring them home. I have full confidence that we will do just that. I have to say it's providential that the Prime Minister is here today after the 17th of Tammuz. It was nearly 2,000 years ago that the most powerful nation in the ancient world laid siege to Israel and destroyed Solomon's temple. And today, the most powerful nation in the modern world is standing with our Jewish friends and the Israeli government. I'm certainly eager, as we all are, to hear from the Prime Minister, and as we hope that this 17th of Tammuz marks the last time the Jewish people lament destruction so that they can live freely and securely in their ancestral homeland. I would defer to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker Johnson, you have shown great leadership, along with the leaders of the Senate and the minority leader in the House. I appreciate the fact that you've invited me to address this great assembly, the world's greatest democracy. The Congress of the United States speaks for the American people, and the American people speak for the entire world. I very much value this opportunity to address this august forum. You said just now something that resonates throughout the ages. Almost 2,000 years ago, the Romans breached the walls of Jerusalem on this day, almost 2,000 years ago. Well, our enemies will not breach our walls today. And our wall is not made up only of our own soldiers, our brave heroes, but also the friendship and alliance with the great United States of America. That is very much expressed here today, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity. And the people of Israel, thank you for giving us this opportunity to express our common alliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister, what's your message to Democrats who are not attending your speech today?
All right, once again, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Speaker Johnson. Let's begin with Speaker Johnson while speaking to the media, stating that America needs to stand with Jerusalem, and he wants the Jewish people to live freely. The Israeli Prime Minister then stating that America is the world's greatest democracy, and as he stated, our enemies will not breach our walls today. We're joined yet again with Professor Alan Sanders, kind enough to stick around right here on the Live Zone. Professor Sanders, I'm curious, your take on the press conference that we just bear witness to.
Well, I think we heard generalities from both the Prime Minister and the Speaker. I think the real details will come with the actual speech in front of the Congress. I think both men understand that overwhelmingly both Democrats and Republicans support Israel and the continued existence of Israel. The disagreements are about how Israel has prosecuted, excuse me, how Israel has prosecuted this particular war. They're not about support for Israel as an entity that should continue, not just as an entity, but as a state that should continue. Certainly, there are extremist elements on the left, anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic people who, don't like Israel for whatever reasons. But the general issue is the prosecution of the war. Most Democrats still support Israel in this prosecution of the war. Some don't. And so the invitation to the Prime Minister was part of a gambit by the Speaker and the Republican majority there to try and highlight the divisions within the Democratic Party. But let's be clear, the divisions are not about support of Israel. The divisions are about how the war should be prosecuted. So hopefully we'll get some statements from the Prime Minister today about that, and also about the ongoing negotiations that seem to be moving towards a successful resolution for a ceasefire. That's what I think we should be watching for, not so much the politics that are involved here, because both sides, Democrats and Republicans, want to use politics over Israel to further their electoral ambitions. And that's unfortunate. Foreign policy pertaining to the Middle East, and particularly pertaining to Israel, should be bipartisan. For the most part, it is, but there are divisions on the details. And it's unfortunate that both parties are trying to play that in a way that, can be perceived as lack of support for Israel. But essentially, the support is there. It's just over the details of the prosecution of the war, which are not insignificant, but nonetheless, we're talking about the details, not the basic orientation of the United States towards Israel.
Very good. Professor Alan Sanders, once again, former Time Magazine senior reporter and professor at St. Peter's University in New Jersey. We appreciate your patience, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on the Live Zone.
My pleasure.
All right. And as we exit him, we'll take you back to the streets of Washington, D.C., where a number of protests are currently underway. In this case, it's a pro-Palestinian protest that's underway. This as we await the Israeli Prime Minister's address to a joint session of Congress. You're watching the Live Zone.
Long live Gaza! Gaza will prevail! Gaza shall prevail! War criminals should be held accountable. Thank you.
One more time to our brave doctors against genocide. Just so you guys know, all the blockades that we've been talking about throughout the day, all sorts of people have been involved in them. One of the blockades was led by the students in the area. The same students who not weeks ago, the heavy hand of police repression, both from the federal and local authorities, when they brutalized them on George Washington's campus. Why? For speaking up against Palestine. Yes, shame. And so it's a pleasure to introduce our next speaker, the DMV Students for Justice in Palestine Coalition. Please give it up for Noor.
Congress, painted red. Congress, painted red. 186,000 dead.
Is Ahmed Abu, Executive Director of the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights. He joins us live now, right here on the Live Zone. Sir, welcome to the show. I got to tell you, so it has been such a busy afternoon. We have been following a number of stories. In this case, the top story happens to be the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about to speak before a joint session of Congress. We have also been following the protests that have been occurring throughout the streets. It appears as if you're at one, sir. Is that the case?
That's wrap away a couple blocks so that you could hear me clearly.
Well, I truly appreciate you taking time out. Set the scene for us. Obviously, you are protesting and you want your voice heard. What is it that you're trying to get across today?
International Criminal Court has requested arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. And so it's clear that the highest court in the entire world views Netanyahu as a war criminal committing genocide. And the masses of people here are saying he is not welcome. We reject this video. We reject this visit. We reject support for Israel and arming Israel in this moment, and we need the genocide to end.
We have been following the protests throughout the afternoon. From what I've been able to see, for the most part, they have been somewhat peaceful. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would say the great majority of the protests have been peaceful and exercising our First Amendment right.
And so talk to me about what's happening in Palestine, in this case, Gaza. We know that hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have been displaced, at least 40,000 Palestinians killed as a result of this ongoing war. Obviously something that you want to see an end to.
Yeah, I think the reality is out there for everyone to absorb. There are innocent men, women, and being harassed, being shot at and sniped. And this should be something that every human being across the globe, no matter what orientation, it should be all wholeheartedly reject. We should reject it whether it's Palestinians that are being genocided, whether it's Asians, whether it's Arabs, whether it's Muslims, Christians, Jews. This sort of violence is unacceptable for all of us as human beings.
I've had the opportunity to speak with a number of Israeli officials throughout the afternoon, and many of them are stating that all of this is because of Hamas. Hamas not really throwing in the towel, and as a result, a number of Palestinians now dying, and they stating that, quite honestly, that's what Hamas wants. I'm curious, your take on that?
Well, I think rather than getting into what Israeli leaders say Hamas wants, we can speak clearly to what Israeli leaders want, which is they said they want to wipe out the population of Gaza. They want to reestablish settlements in Gaza. The Israeli Knesset has said they reject a Palestinian state side by side with. So I think we shouldn't be looking to the talking points of Israelis. We should be looking at their actions. And they are not a partner for peace.
And with that said, if given the platform which you have now, sir, and we have a number of people watching, what would you say to the Israeli Prime Minister if you had a direct opportunity and or line to do so?
Well, I personally don't like to engage with war criminals. So what I would tell him to do is to go and hand himself over to the International Criminal Court in The Hague. If he had any decency in his soul left, that's what he should do, because he's contributed to a genocide, and that's something he's going to pay for in the afterlife, but it's something he should actually pay for right now while living.
And as these protests continue, of course, you said you're protesting right outside of the U.S. Capitol. How long do you plan to stay there throughout the afternoon? Is this something that you think that will last as the Prime Minister speaks to the joint session of Congress? Are you ending it before then or shortly thereafter?
We're going to start marching here shortly, but there are actions all across the city to continue to reiterate our demands and to reiterate that Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome. So his motorcade may go left, it may go right, but they're going to see the people.
Ahmed, anything else you'd like to add before I let you go? Obviously, I know it's pretty busy out there. I could hear the number of speakers in the background behind you. I know you really wanted to come on the show,
absolutely.
and we wanted you on the show as well to really give you a platform to say your piece, if you will.
Thank you. I think that the U.S. taxpayers, your viewers, are being bamboozled. We're being told we don't have the tax money to fund our communities, healthcare, student loans, schools, and teacher salaries, to fund homes for the houseless, right? But we continue to send billions over to Israel as it commits genocide. So I want your viewers to know that this isn't just about Palestinians experiencing genocide. The U.S. taxpayer is being lied to and bamboozled as well.
All right. Once again, we have been joined by Ahmed Abouzned. He is the executive director for the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights and joined us right here on the Live Zone. Sir, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, as they say, there is two sides to a coin. In that case, that happened to be the pro-Palestinian side. And then there's the other side. This, as we await yet again Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to address a joint session of Congress. Joining us now is Lori Lowenthal Marcus. She is a legal director for the Deborah Project, a public interest law firm asserting and defending the civil rights of Jews facing discrimination in education. Ma'am, thank you so much for coming on the show and welcome to the Live Zone.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm curious, did you hear the comments made by Mr. Ahmed Abouzned just a minute ago?
I heard the end of his comments, and I was wondering whether or not you could see me smirking here off camera. Apparently you couldn't, but that's what I was doing because he was repeating talking points that have nothing to do with reality. There is no genocide. Israel is not committing genocide in Gaza. He has no comments for the heinous terrorist organization Hamas that has not only brutalized, murdered, tortured, raped to death, etc., Israelis and others living in southern Israel, but has also oppressed the Palestinian people and the people living in Gaza. Why is he not talking about the refusal of Hamas to provide shelters, the tunnels that they are conducting terrorist activities from, to allow the civilians in there? That it's just astounding how closed-minded people can be.
Yeah, thank you for your commentary with regard to addressing that. Lori, I want you to talk about what you expect today. And what I mean by that is in less than an hour, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is about to address a joint session of Congress. He just met with the Speaker and addressed the media, if you will. He spoke about America being the greatest democracy and stated that our enemies will not breach our walls today. I'm curious, now that he said that, what do you think he'll say before the members of Congress?
I think the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, has a message to provide to the American people, to the global community, and to which includes Israel as well. And that is that Israel is not only fighting an existential battle for itself, but really for the free world. And so he has three goals, all of which are in first place during this current conflict. And I think he'll be talking about them. In first place is to destroy Hamas entirely. Also in first place is to have all of the hostages who are being held in Gaza released and returned to their homes, all of them living and dead. And the third one is to, and this is a joint need for the entire world, is to eliminate the threat that Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen pose, and they are all provided for financially, intellectually, militarily, in every possible way by the leading terrorist organization itself, Hamas. And he has got to make that message clear. There are too many people whose minds are closed, who will not be listening to who started this war and what this conflict is about. But there are goals that must be set and must be heard.
And with that being said, we're taking a live look in the box beneath you of the protest that's currently underway right here in the streets of the nation capital. Fair to say that the Prime Minister not necessarily getting a warm welcome all the way around. That's also being really exemplified on Capitol Hill, where a number of Democrats, 80 in all, congressional members, not attending the joint session speech today. What do you think about that?
I think that's virtue signaling to their base in their constituencies. I think that's, a choice that they've made. It makes them look ridiculous because it's always important to listen to a world leader when they come to speak to Congress. This is Netanyahu's fourth speech and probably final speech to Congress. If they don't want to be there, that's fine. They will read about it later. They'll have their aides dissect what was said. There are plenty of people who support the state of Israel. This is not Netanyahu's speech. This is a speech on behalf of the state of Israel, which is at war and which is one of the primary and closest allies of the United States. So I say to those boycotting, I'm not surprised, but shame on you.
Yeah, obviously, the majority of the world would like a ceasefire, the war to come to an end. I would assume you as well. And with that being said, what does that look like? What needs to happen in order for that to really come to fruition, I should say?
A ceasefire is, everybody wants there to be peace. Let's start with that. So how do we get there, and how do we make sure it stays? An immediate ceasefire without completing the goals of this operation would only open the door to repeated conflicts just as we're seeing. So Hamas must be eliminated from the region. It will benefit the people who live, the civilians who live in Gaza completely. They are living under subjugation. They are not permitted to thrive. They live in hovels while the leadership live in deluxe communities and housing even outside of Gaza. So we need to eliminate that. And then there needs to be a decision made by various partners in the region and true players across the world about how that region, Gaza, which Israel left in 2005, not one Jew remained in Gaza, living or dead. I'm not sure how that constitutes an occupation, but be that as it may. We need to see the elimination of the ability of terrorists to group together, get foreign funding, and murder innocent civilians.
Once again, we are speaking with Lori Lowenthal-Marcus. She is the legal director for the Deborah Project, a public interest law firm asserting and defending the civil rights of Jews facing discrimination in education. Lori, I've been posing this question to all of my guests today. What would be deemed a success for the Prime Minister when he gets on that plane and returns to Israel? What does he need in order for him to, well, let's just say he had a victory here in America?
I think being heard by those who are willing to listen is a victory. That's what he needs. He's a very good communicator. He has been his entire professional life. And it's not what's said necessarily and how it's received on the public stage. What he needs to do is come back with some guarantees and assurances from those within this government and across this country that he has the support of the American people to protect the state of Israel.
And that, once again, will likely get underway, that being his speech to a joint session of Congress in just a little over a half an hour. Lori, truly appreciate you coming on the Fox 5 Live Zone. Know you were busy today and you took time out to be with us. We thank you.
Much.
All right, guys. As we exit that interview, we will take you once again back to the streets of Washington, D.C., where a number of protests are currently underway. In this case, it happens to be a pro-Palestinian protest. Let's go ahead and take yet another listen in right here.
Palestine with us wherever we go. TV and media, people.
From Hazel to Shawnee Square, there is nothing you can do to stop the will of the people. We will continue driving the struggle forward. We will not rest until we see a liberated Hudson, until our prisoners are free, until
to my left, your left, my right, stage left and right, one of them. Just go to your left. We're marching out there. Let's move orderly in that direction. Down Constitution the 3rd. You'll already see people moving behind the banners. Also, please give a big round of applause for our interpreters. Our sign language interpreters. Here, out in this direction. You'll see as we continue to gather. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Long live Palestine! Long live Gaza! Long live Gaza! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
And as we know, today is not the end of our struggle, but just another step. Next month, the Democratic National Convention is taking place in Chicago, and you can tens of thousands of us will assemble there in resistance like we have here today, in rejection of the Democrats' genocidal agenda. I hope this evening here, day 300 of this genocide approaches, the customary way will be done before I have to
Free Palestine! 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 Free Palestine!
I'm following the large group of people.
I know, just splits up. I don't want us to go in the same direction.
It's good to go.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Like this banner right here? Which banner specifically? Like that banner or like this banner?
And we're back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. You are taking a live look right now at one of many pro-Palestinian protests that currently are taking place in the nation's capital. That's what's happening on the lower box. On the box above that, well, we are awaiting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to address a joint session of Congress. When that gets underway in just about 30 minutes or so, we'll take it live. In the meantime, we are now joined by Ruth Wasserman Lande. She is the former deputy of the Israeli Embassy in Cairo from 2003 and 2006, and kind enough to join us right here on the Live Zone. Ma'am, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to join us on the show.
Very good to meet you. Thank you for having me.
I want you to, if you will, paint a picture for us with regard to what you expect to hear the Prime Minister say when he addresses the joint session of Congress in just about 29 minutes.
So first of all, it's very important that the issue of Israel and the fight against radicalism, Islamic radicalism, is represented in the American Congress in a bipartisan manner, that it is not the ownership of one party over another, and that it is not for part of the American people, but rather for the whole entirety of the American people. And it is very important, in my humble opinion, for the Prime Minister to create a sense of the urgency of how this Islamic radicalism, basically led by Iran and Qatar, Iran from one side of the Islamic extremism, in other words, the Shiite side, and Qatar and Turkey, by the way, led by Erdogan, from the other side of Islamic extremism, and that is the Muslim Brotherhood side. Both compete for the same thing. And that, although it sounds a little bit like a Hollywood movie, it's world domination and Sharia-based law, not only in Israel, in the territories of Palestine, in the Arab world, but also in Europe and in the United States of America, in Canada and in Australia. This is the ambition, and it's not me saying it. It's not another, let's say, commentator from Israel saying it, or the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, or whoever it may be on the left or the right of the Israeli political map. Rather, this is what they themselves say, and this is vastly important for the American public to comprehend. And the Congress is the representative of the American people. As such, there is a huge importance at this particular moment to make sure that people actually understand that they are being played, that this is a grand plan began in 1979 with the revolution, the Islamic Revolution in Iran. And they've been working systematically, patiently, to infiltrate the West. And very many examples can be seen. What has happened in Gaza with the heinous attacks and the atrocious, I can't even call it behavior, it's inhumane, what has been perpetrated by those Hamas operatives, is something that is only a very small part of a large puzzle. And that puzzle entails infiltrating Western society. And I feel that this is a key moment. Otherwise, we already see half of the streets in the UK, for example, are covered by Muslim men usually praying. There's nothing wrong with Muslim men praying, but there's so many mosques. Why does one need to pray in the middle of the street, blocking off complete highways in order to sort of say and emphasize, we are here, this is a territorial claim. Also, they say in interviews, we are coming to occupy Rome, that is after Jerusalem, and the Western world with our ideals, with our values. If the American people will understand that, that's one huge, important step. That's number one. Number two, the bipartisan issue. I do not belong to Bibi Netanyahu's political party. I was an MK, a member of Knesset, for several years in the Israeli Knesset, not belonging to the current coalition. And yet, that makes no difference, because it makes no difference whether it's the political right or the political left in Israel. The radical Islam is what is at the core of the issue right now. And therefore, it's very important that this does not become a bipartisan issue in America as well. Neither the Republican, nor the Democrats, nor anybody that has a specific affiliation, but rather an understanding in the comprehensive sense. That's number two. And number three, I think this is a big opportunity to say thank you to America, to what America has been standing for, and to call for very stringent and strong action against those that are on the bad side of history, on the difficult side of history. promoting those values that are against women, against LGBT, against freedom. These perpetrators, whether it's Hamas, Hezbollah, whether it's the Islamic Jihad, whether it's Iran, behind all those factors, for example, the Houthis in Yemen, the Shiite militias in Iraq, the Shiite militias in Syria, and so on and so forth, or Qatar, buying its way to make an impact, to create impact. All of those forces are, in fact, to be destroyed. And to do that, we actually need to unite. We need America to lead with American values, to understand what's at hand. We're in a big moment right now. And this is a very important message for the Prime Minister to relate.
Yeah. As you and I speak, we are watching on the lower box beneath you. A number of protesters carry a sign that states, "Arrest Netanyahu for genocide." I say that, and with that being said, I'm curious, what do you think needs to happen in order to really embark on a ceasefire?
Okay, so first, with your permission, I'll address the word genocide. A genocide means trying to annihilate a people. This doesn't sort itself out with the facts, because the number of Palestinians, whether in Israel, 25% of the Israeli population with Israeli citizenship, have grown rather than became smaller. That doesn't happen when annihilation takes place. Likewise in the West Bank and in Gaza. On the contrary, there is very significant growth of the population rather than it becoming smaller, as would happen if one attempts to annihilate a people. That's one thing. The second thing about the genocide is exactly what the perpetrators, whether it's Islamic Jihad or whether it's Hamas or whether it's Hezbollah, they say openly without shame. By the way, they say this about Europe and the United States, but they say in interviews, all you need to do is just listen in Arabic, and there are plenty who understand completely shamelessly that they want to annihilate all the Jewish people, the state of Israel in its entirety, and the Western world, plus the Muslims that are not Muslim enough for them. So when we talk about genocide, the people who are demonstrating against it, they should understand that they should be demonstrating against the very people they think they support. They are completely misinformed, and I dare even guess that many of them have very little idea about what they are truly demonstrating. They haven't been in Gaza. Many of the LGBT people demonstrating will not survive 1 second in Gaza because they execute people like that, and so on and so forth. So that's one thing I have to say about the demonstrations. About the ceasefire, these perpetrators, the terrorist Hamas, are holding 120 of our people. On the 6th of October, there was no blockade, no occupation, no war, and no shootings in the Gaza Strip. An educated, informed person would know that, for example, as opposed to the people demonstrating. On the 7th of October, after mass murder, gang rape, calling mothers on the phone, bragging about murdering with their own hands numbers of Jewish civilians, grandmothers, children, which needs a very, very strong indoctrination. We see, what do we see? What is happening in Gaza at the moment? Still, 120 hostages are being held. Return our hostages right now. Right now. We'll talk about a ceasefire. We'll cease the fire. We don't want a war. We didn't want a war on October 6th. In fact, there was talk of more Palestinians from Gaza coming in with work permits into Israel proper. And there was no blockade. This is another lie. UNRWA, that was managing all the civilian issues inside the Gaza Strip, was receiving millions and millions of dollars from the United Nations, from the European Union, from the United States of America, from Canada, from the Western world. And what did UNRWA do? Did it create sustainable sources of income for the people, diversify job opportunities, bring more education, higher education for the people? No. They were basically an arm of Hamas helping them to build terror tunnels and plan, we know it was planned for years, plan the atrocious, inhumane attacks on Israeli civilian population. So when we talk about ceasefire, absolutely, the Israeli people yearn for peace and for a ceasefire. Return the hostages. Simple.
Yeah. Ruth, as we continue our conversation, I want to take a live shot, if we could, of the U.S. Capitol, where we are watching Speaker Johnson applaud. It appears as if the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has made his entrance into the Capitol. That is going to get underway, that being the speech to the joint session of Congress any minute now, just about 18 minutes or so. I want to pose one more question, and if he begins to speak, we're going to take it live, and so I would have to interrupt you. But that being,
Sure.
We know that a number of congressional Democrats are not attending. Before we took this live shot, I got a chance to see the entire room, if you will. It's not completely full. And you serving at one point as the deputy of the Israeli embassy in Cairo, I'm curious, the overall take, the perspective from the Middle East, knowing that not all Americans are in essence siding with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
So again, I want to emphasize that the issue is not Democrats or Republicans, and it's a pity that not all Democrats are there. The issue is not partisan, and it doesn't matter if it's Benjamin Netanyahu or another Israeli personality. And I stress again, for those who did not hear, or perhaps it wasn't clear enough, I do not belong to Mr. Netanyahu's party. In fact, I belong to the opposition. I was in the Knesset belonging to a different party of Benny Gantz. And I want to stress, this is not an issue that is partisan. It's not an issue which is in fact for part of the American people. When we speak about the threat at hand, the radical Islam, whether it's Shiite or it's Sunni, Egyptians and the Egyptian regime well understands, and all of the stable countries, for example, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Egyptian regimes, they clearly understand what is the threat of Islamic radicalism, and they are against it. So should the American people be, and the American legislators. And it's not a partisan issue or a specific political issue to be taken. It's a human issue to save the good values, the countries that forward the good values, and very hopefully continue to be led by the United States of America.
All right. Once again, we have been speaking with Ruth Wasserman Landé. She is the former deputy of the Israeli embassy in Cairo from 2003 until 2006. Ruth, truly appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to come on the Live Zone.
Thank you. God bless.
All right. And as we end that segment, we will take you yet again to the live protests that are currently underway right here in the nation's capital. In this case, we're speaking about the pro-Palestinian protests. All this as you take a look on the lower box, and we are awaiting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to address a joint session of Congress. When that happens, we'll go there live. In the meantime, let's take you back to the pro-Palestinian rally and take a peek in.
Wow. What was a few hours of peaceful protest at 3rd in Pennsylvania now is the protesters have begun to march towards the Capitol a block away. They're starting to have some violent clashing with the police. In the distance, the police sending out the pepper spray against the protesters who were throwing things like water bottles and various things. We're sort of monitoring as the police hold this line here on Pennsylvania Avenue. Now that leads right up to the Capitol. So this is the main roadblock where the police would have to stop the march that they thought was going to go up towards Union Station. Instead, flashing here, we'll bring you in for a little closer look, and you can see the police now putting on gas masks. We're not sure where things stand now, but clearly a bit of a line of clashing here along what you're looking at as we wait to see what happens next. So there we got something. Yeah, I'll give you another shorter one.
Let's get inside these guys.
get to that corner. Stand up. Yeah. Can I see you for 1 second? All right. That's good. Right there. Good. All right. Well, it was a few hours of peaceful protest with speakers at a stage set up from a coalition of multiple protest groups under the umbrella of Answer. The protesters have now, several thousand, marched up along the police roadblock on Pennsylvania Avenue, a block before the Capitol. Once they got here, they began to clash with the police having to issue some pepper spray. Now it's created this situation here that obviously has escalated to a different level as we watch the police bring in more reinforcements. But this line right here, this is the line here where the front of the thousands of protesters have met the police roadblock, and the police now putting on gas masks as we hope there won't be more pepper spray. There's a burn in the air to your eyes, but not yet to the level of the violent protests we've seen in the past. Right now it appears DC police has it somewhat under control, but the tensions are definitely rising as you can look at incidences of the protesters taunting the police. What's that? What's that? Say again, I couldn't hear you. I hear you. America Reports, yeah. Yeah, you want to take me? I was just doing a stand-up because no one was taking me and I didn't want to lose this moment. It's getting pretty violent. I think I would come to me. Yeah, I've got you. Yeah, they're talking to me. Hey, Alex, let's do it, man.
All right, guys, I want to bring you up to speed what you're watching here. This happens to be one of our reporters currently in the thick of it, if you will, with regard to a pro-Palestinian protest. Just stating just a minute ago that according to him, the protests have gotten somewhat testy, if you will, stating that D.C. police have begun to administer pepper spray and that protesters are literally taunting police as well. It appears we have just lost that feed and once again speaks volumes with regard to what he is experiencing. We know earlier today that we actually had the opportunity to speak with one of the pro-Palestinian protesters that stated violence would not occur, and that's not what he wanted to get across. In this case, he wanted to make the world know that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in his words, happened to be a war criminal. And so that's what you were taking a peek into. Once again, it appears as if the protests, at least that one in particular, appear to be getting somewhat testy, police administering pepper spray. We're going to take you back there live when we get that feed. In the meantime, you are now looking at, yet again, Capitol Hill, the U.S. Capitol to be exact, where Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is due to speak before a joint session of Congress. A couple of things that we should make note of as a result of that. At least 80 congressional Democrats stating that they will not attend, and at least 6 Democratic senators stating they will not attend as well. Nancy Pelosi stating that she will meet with victims of Hamas, in essence thumbing her nose up to the Israeli Prime Minister. We also know that Vice President Kamala Harris earlier today, just maybe about an hour ago or so, spoke before a sorority group in Indianapolis, where she once again tried to garner votes for her presidential campaign. Let's go ahead and take a sneak peek into the U.S. Capitol, where in just about 10 minutes or so, the Israeli Prime Minister will address a joint session of Congress.
The joint meeting will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of the State of Israel, into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider. And the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer.
The acting president pro temp of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, into the House chamber. The senator from West Virginia, Mr. Manchin. The senator from Arizona, Ms. Sinema. The senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fetterman. The senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst. The senator from Montana, Mr. Daines. The senator from Iowa, Mr. Grassley. The senator from Idaho, Mr. Risch.
All members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
That happened to be Speaker Mike Johnson addressing the members of Congress as we await the arrival of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Once again, he due to speak to a joint session of Congress in just about 6 minutes or so. That's the top box. Take a look at the bottom box, and I want you to keep a close eye on this. Just minutes ago, we got word from one of our reporters that police have administered pepper spray. Apparently, there happens to be violence occurring within that area. I know we lost the feed at one point. I can tell you that a number of police are currently on the scene. If you were watching while the speaker was actually addressing the House, you got a chance to see several NYPD police officers. We can also report that a number of New York City police officers actually did make their way down here to the nation's capital to assist shall I say, MPD, with regard to making sure peace occurs. We have been speaking with a number of officials throughout the afternoon who have stated that for the most part, those protests have been peaceful. In one case, actually spoke with a pro-Palestinian protester. As I say that, it apparently there's a protester that doesn't seem to be happy right now. I want to see if we could take another sneak peek in and get a clear view, if you will, and try to hear what they are saying, as yet again we know that police have actually had to administer pepper spray. It appears that crowd is perhaps now dispersing. Let's take a look at it.
Quit your job. The car's at 12.
again watching live protests currently underway in the nation's capital. We heard chants of Free Palestine. That will continue to happen. This as the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, is about to make his grand entrance into the U.S. Capitol. You see on the top screen there, Speaker Johnson. He addressed the House a little bit earlier, and prior to doing that, addressed the media, stating that, well, America needs to stand with Jerusalem and wants the Jewish people to live freely. Benjamin Netanyahu then addressed the media as well, stating that America happens to be the greatest democracy and that our enemies, as he stated, will not breach our walls today. Keep an eye on the lower box. We're going to switch sound, if you will, to go back to the House to take a listen as the Prime Minister enters. But yet again, we got word earlier that a number of police had to administer pepper spray because things began to get testy. We'll take you live now to the U.S. Capitol, where we await Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
first.
Please don't phone her.
Members of Congress, I now have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Senator Ben Cardin, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, senators, members of Congress, distinguished guests. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the fourth time. We meet today at a crossroads of history. Our world is in upheaval. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization. It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life. For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together. Because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose. And my friends, I came to assure you today of one thing: we will win. Ladies and gentlemen, like December 7th, 1941, and September 11th, 2001, October 7th is a day that will forever live in infamy. It was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. It began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky. Thousands of young Israelis were celebrating at an outdoor music festival. And suddenly, at 6:29 a.m., as children were still sleeping soundly in their beds in the towns and kibbutzim next to Gaza, suddenly heaven turned into hell. 3,000 Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel. They butchered 1,200 people from 41 countries, including 39 Americans. Proportionately, compared to our population size, that's like 20 9/11s in one day. And these monsters, they raped women, they beheaded men, they burnt babies alive, they killed parents in front of their children, and children in front of their parents. They dragged 255 people, both living and dead, into the dark dungeons of Gaza. Israel has already brought home 135 of these hostages, including 7 who were freed in daring rescue operations. One of those freed hostages, Noor Gamani, is here in the gallery, sitting near my wife, Sarah. On the morning On the morning of October 7th, the entire world saw Noah's look of desperation as she was violently abducted to Gaza on the back of a motorcycle. I met Noah's mother, Leora, a few months ago. She was dying of cancer. She said to me, "Prime Minister, I have one final wish. I wish to hug my daughter Noah one last time before I die." 2 months ago, I authorized a breathtaking commando rescue operation. Our special forces, including a heroic officer named Arnon Zmora, who fell in this battle, rescued Noah and 3 other hostages. Noah, I think it's one of the most moving things. When Noah was reunited with her mother, Leora, and her mother's last wish came true. Noah, we're so thrilled to have you with us today. Thank you. Many hostage families are also here with us today, including Eliyahu Bibas. Eliyahu Bibas is the grandfather of those 2 beautiful red-headed boys, the Bibas boys, toddlers. And they were taken hostage with their mother and and Eliyahu's son. The entire family was taken hostage. 2 beautiful red-haired children taken hostage. What monsters. And with us also is Iris Chaim, whose son, Yotam, bravely escaped Hamas captivity with 2 other Israelis, and tragically they were killed, making their way back to our lines. We have with us also the families of American hostages. They're here. The pain these families have endured is beyond words. I met with them again yesterday, and I promised them this: I will not rest until all their loved ones are home, all of them. As we speak, we're actively engaged in intensive efforts to secure their release, and I'm confident that these efforts can succeed. Some of them are taking place right now. I want to thank President Biden for his tireless efforts on behalf of the hostages and for his efforts to the hostage families as well. I thank President Biden for his heartfelt support for Israel after the savage attack on October 7th. He rightly called Hamas sheer evil. He dispatched 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East to deter a wider war. And he came to Israel to stand with us during our darkest hour, a visit that will never be forgotten. President Biden and I have known each other for over 40 years. I want to thank him for half a century of friendship to Israel and for being, as he says, a proud Zionist, actually he says a proud Irish-American Zionist. My friends, for more than 9 months, Israel's soldiers have shown boundless courage. With us today, is Lieutenant Avichai Reuven. Avichai is an officer in the Israeli paratroopers. His family immigrated to Israel from Ethiopia. In the early hours of October 7th, Avichai heard the news of Hamas's bloody rampage. He put on his uniform, grabbed his rifle, but he didn't have a car. So he ran 8 miles to the front lines of Gaza to defend his people. You heard that right. He ran 8 miles, came to the front lines, killed many terrorists, and saved many, many lives. Avichai, we all honor your remarkable heroism. Another Israeli is with us here today, and he's stand up right next to Avichai. This is Master Sergeant Ashraf al-Bakhiri. Ashraf is a Bedouin soldier from the Israeli Muslim community of Raat. On October 7th, Ashraf too killed many terrorists. First, he defended his comrades in the military base, and he then rushed to defend the neighboring communities, including the devastated community of Kibbutz Be'eri. Like Ashraf, the Muslim soldiers of the IDF fought alongside their Jewish, Druze, Christian, and other comrades in arms with tremendous bravery. A third hero, Lieutenant Asa Sofer, is also here with us. Asa fought as an officer in the Tank Corps, and he was wounded in battle. He was wounded in battle while protecting his fellow soldiers from a grenade. He lost his right arm and the vision in his left eye. He's recovering, and incredibly, within a short time, Asa will soon return to active duty as a commander of a tank company. I just learned there is a fourth hero here, Lieutenant Jonathan Ben Chamo, who lost a leg in Gaza and continued to fight. My friends, these are the soldiers of Israel, unbowed, undaunted, unafraid. As the Bible says, Am kelavi yakum. They shall rise like lions. They have risen like lions. The lions of Judah, the lions of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women of the IDF come from every corner of Israeli society, every ethnicity, every color, every creed, left and right, religious and secular. All are imbued with the indomitable spirit of the Maccabees, the legendary Jewish warriors of antiquity. With us today is Yechiel Leiter, the father of one of those Maccabees. Yechiel's father escaped the Holocaust and found refuge in America. As a young man, Yechiel moved to Israel and raised a family of 8 children. He named his eldest son, Moshe, after his late father. Moshe became an exemplary officer in one of our elite commando units. He served with distinction for 2 decades while raising 6 beautiful children of his own. On October 7th, Moshe volunteered to return to combat. 4 weeks later, he was killed when a booby-trapped mine exploded in a tunnel shaft right next to a mosque. At his son's funeral, Yechiel said this: "If the state of Israel had not been established after the Holocaust, the image engraved in our collective memory would have been the photograph of that helpless Jewish boy in the Warsaw Ghetto holding his hands up in the air with Nazi rifles pointed at him. But because of the birth of Israel," Yechiel continued, "because of the courage of soldiers like my son Moshe, the Jewish people are no longer helpless in the face of our enemies." Yechiel, please rise so we can honor your son's sacrifice. And I pledge to you and to all the bereaved families of Israel, some of whom are in this hall today, the sacrifice of your loved ones will not be in vain. It will not be in vain because for Israel, never again must never be an empty promise. It must always remain a sacred vow. And after October 7th, never again is now. My friends, defeating our brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. Yet incredibly, many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas. They stand with rapists and murderers. They stand with people who came into the kibbutzim, into a home. The parents hid the children, the 2 babies, in the attic, in a secret attic. They murdered the families, the parents. They find the secret latch to the hidden attic, and then they murder the babies. These protesters stand with them. They should be ashamed of themselves. Thank you. They refuse to make the simple distinction between those who target terrorists and those who target civilians, between the democratic state of Israel and the terrorist thugs of Hamas. We recently learned from the National Security Director, U.S. Director of National Intelligence, that Iran is funding and promoting anti-Israel protests in America. They want to disrupt America. So these protesters burn American flags even on the 4th of July. And I wish to salute the fraternity brothers at the University of North Carolina who protected the American flag against these anti-Israel protesters. For all we know, Iran is funding the anti-Israel protests that are going on right now outside this building. Not that many, but they're there, and throughout the city. Well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots. Some of these protesters, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. Some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC. These protesters chant from the river to the sea, but many don't have a clue what river and what sea they're talking about. They not only get an F in geography, they get an F in history. They call Israel a colonialist state. Don't they know that the land of Israel is where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob prayed, where Isaiah and Jeremiah preached, and where David and Solomon ruled? For nearly 4,000 years, the land of Israel has been the homeland of the Jewish people. It's always been our home. It will always be our home. It's not only the campus protesters who get it wrong. It's also the people who run those campuses. 80 years after the Holocaust, the presidents of Harvard, Penn, and I'm ashamed to say my alma mater, MIT, couldn't bring themselves to condemn the calls for the genocide of Jews. You remember what they said? They said, it depends on the context. Well, let me give these befuddled academics a little context. Anti-Semitism is the world's oldest hatred. For centuries, the massacre of Jews was always preceded by wild accusations. We were accused of everything from poisoning wells to spreading plagues, to using the blood of slaughtered children to bake Passover matzahs. These preposterous anti-Semitic lies led to persecution, mass murder, and ultimately to history's worst genocide, the Holocaust. Now, just as malicious lies were leveled for centuries at the Jewish people, malicious lies are now being leveled at the Jewish state. No, don't applaud. Listen. The outrageous slanders that paint Israel as racist and genocidal are meant to delegitimize Israel, to demonize the Jewish state, and to demonize Jews everywhere. And no wonder we've witnessed an appalling rise of anti-Semitism in America and around the world. My friends, whenever and wherever we see the scourge of anti-Semitism, we must unequivocally condemn it and resolutely fight it, without exception. And don't be fooled when the blood libels against the Jewish state come from people who wear fancy silk robes and speak in lofty tones about law and justice. Here's a case in point. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense. It's a complete fabrication. Israel has enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. That's 500,000 tons of food. And that's more than 3,000 calories for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. If there are Palestinians in Gaza who aren't getting enough food, it's not because Israel is blocking it, it's because Hamas is stealing it. So much for that lie, but here's another. The ICC prosecutor accuses Israel of deliberately targeting civilians. What in God's green earth is he talking about? The IDF has dropped millions of flyers, sent millions of text messages, made hundreds of thousands of phone calls to get Palestinian civilians out of harm's way. But at the same time, Hamas does everything in its power to put Palestinian civilians in harm's way. They fire rockets from schools, from hospitals, from mosques. They even shoot their own people when they try to leave the war zone. A senior Hamas official, Fatri Hamad, boasted, listen to this, he boasted that Palestinian women and children excel at being human shields. His words, excel at being human shields. What monstrous evil. For Israel, every civilian death is a tragedy. For Hamas, it's a strategy. They actually want Palestinian civilians to die so that Israel will be smeared in the international media and be pressured to end the war before it's won. This would enable Hamas to survive another day and, as they vowed, to carry out October 7th again and again and again. Well, I want to assure you, no matter what pressure is brought to bear, I will never allow that to happen. The vast majority of Americans have not fallen for this Hamas propaganda. They continue to support Israel. And I want to say thank you, America, and thank you, senators and House members who continue to support us, continue to support Israel, continue to support the truth, and see through the lies. But as for the minority that may have fallen for Hamas's cons job, I suggest you listen to Colonel John Spencer. John Spencer is head of urban warfare studies at West Point. He studied every major urban conflict. I was going to say in modern history. He corrected me, no, in history. Israel, he said, has implemented more precautions to prevent civilian harm than any military in history and beyond what international law requires. That's why, despite all the lies you've heard, the war in Gaza has one of the lowest ratios of combatants to non-combatants casualties in the history of urban warfare. And you want to know where it's lowest in Gaza? It's lowest in Rafah. In Rafah. Remember what so many people said? If Israel goes into Rafah, there'll be thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of civilians killed. Well, last week, I went into Rafah. I visited our troops as they finished fighting Hamas's remaining terrorist battalions. I asked the commander there, how many terrorists did you take out in Rafah? He gave me an exact number, 1,203. I asked him, how many civilians were killed? He said, Prime Minister, practically none, with the exception of a single incident where shrapnel from a bomb hit a Hamas weapons depot and unintentionally killed 24 people. The answer is practically none. You want to know why? Because Israel got the civilians out of harm's way, something people said we could never do, but we did it. These heroes here today, the heroic soldiers of Israel, should not be condemned for how they're conducting the war in Gaza. They should be commended for it. I want to thank all of you here today who forcefully opposed the false accusations of the ICC and stood up for the truth. These lies are not only libelous, they're downright dangerous. The ICC is trying to shackle Israel's hands and prevent us from defending ourselves. And if Israel's hands are tied, America is next. And I'll tell you what else is next. The ability of all democracies to fight terrorism will be imperiled. That's what's on the line. So let me assure you, the hands of the Jewish state will never be shackled. Israel will always defend itself. My friends, in the Middle East, Iran is virtually behind all the terrorism, all the turmoil, all the chaos, all the killing. And that should come as no surprise. When he founded the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Khomeini pledged, "We will export our revolution to the entire world." We will export the Islamic revolution to the entire world. Now ask yourself, which country ultimately stands in the way of Iran's maniacal plans to impose radical Islam on the world? And the answer is clear. It's America, the guardian of Western civilization and the world's greatest power. That's why Iran sees America as its greatest enemy. Last month, we heard a revealing comment, ostensibly about the war in Gaza, but about something else. It came from the foreign minister of Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, and he said this: "This is not a war with Israel. Israel," he said, "is merely a tool. The main war, the real war, is with America. Iran's regime has been fighting America from the moment it came to power. In 1979, it stormed the American embassy. It held scores of Americans hostage for 444 days. Since then, Iran's terrorist proxies have targeted America in the Middle East and beyond. In Beirut, they killed 241 US servicemen. In Africa, they bombed American embassies. In Iraq, they supplied explosives to maim and kill thousands of American soldiers. In America, they actually sent death squads. They sent death squads here to murder a former Secretary of State and a former National Security Advisor. And as we recently learned, they even brazenly threatened to assassinate President Trump. But Iran understands that to truly challenge America, it must first conquer the Middle East. And for this, it uses its many proxies, including the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Yet in the heart of the Middle East, standing in Iran's way, is one proud pro-American democracy, my country, the State of Israel. That's why the mobs in Tehran chant death to Israel before they chant death to America. For Iran, Israel is first, America is next. So when Israel fights Hamas, we're fighting Iran. When we fight Hezbollah, we're fighting Iran. When we fight the Houthis, we're fighting Iran. And when we fight Iran, we're fighting the most radical and murderous enemy of the United States of America. And one more thing. When Israel acts to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons that could destroy Israel and threaten every American city, every city that you come from, we're not only protecting ourselves, we're protecting you. My friends, if you remember one thing from the speech, remember this. Our enemies are your enemies. Our fight is your fight. And our victory will be your victory. Ladies and gentlemen, that victory is in sight. Israel's defeat of Hamas will be a powerful blow to Iran's axis of terror. Another part of that axis, Hezbollah, attacked Israel on October 8th, a day after the Hamas attack. It has launched thousands of missiles and drones against us. 80,000 of our citizens in northern Israel evacuated their homes, becoming effectively refugees in their own land. We are committed to returning them home. We prefer to achieve this diplomatically. But let me be clear. Israel will do whatever it must do to restore security to our northern border and return our people safely to their homes. Last Friday, a third Iranian proxy, the Houthis, attacked Tel Aviv with a deadly drone. It exploded a few hundred feet from the American consulate, killing one person and injuring 9. On Saturday, I authorized a swift response to that attack. All our enemies should know this. Those who attack Israel will pay a very heavy price. And as we defend ourselves, And as we defend ourselves on all fronts, I know that America has our back. And I thank you for it. All sides of the aisle, thank you. My friends, for decades, America has provided Israel with generous military assistance, and a grateful Israel has provided America with critical intelligence that saved many lives. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth. I choose my words carefully. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth that help protect both our countries. And we also help keep American boots, we help keep Americans' boots off the ground while protecting our shared interests in the Middle East. I deeply appreciate America's support, including in this current war. But this is an exceptional moment. Fast-tracking U.S. military aid can dramatically expedite an end to the war in Gaza and help prevent a broader war in the Middle East. In World War II, as Britain fought on the front lines of civilization, Winston Churchill appealed to Americans with these famous words: "Give us the tools and we'll finish the job." Today, as Israel fights on the front line of civilization, I too appeal to America. Give us the tools faster and we'll finish the job faster. My dear friends, the war in Gaza could end tomorrow if Hamas surrenders, disarms, and returns all the hostages. But if they don't, Israel will fight until we destroy Hamas's military capabilities, end its rule in Gaza, and bring all our hostages home. That's what total victory means, and we will settle for nothing less. The day after we defeat Hamas, a new Gaza can emerge. My vision for that day is of a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Israel does not seek to resettle Gaza, but for the foreseeable future, we must retain overriding security control there to prevent the resurgence of terror, to ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. Gaza should have a civilian administration run by Palestinians who do not seek to destroy Israel. That's not too much to ask. It's a fundamental thing that we have a right to demand and to receive. A new generation of Palestinians must no longer be taught to hate Jews, but rather to live in peace with us. Those twin words, demilitarization and de-radicalization, those two concepts were applied to Germany and Japan after World War II, and that led to decades of peace, prosperity, and security. Following our victory, with the help of regional partners, the demilitarization and de-radicalization of Gaza can also lead to a future of security, prosperity, and peace. That's my vision for Gaza. Now, here's my vision for the broader Middle East. It's also shaped in part by what we saw in the aftermath of World War II. After that war, America forged a security alliance in Europe to counter the growing Soviet threat. Likewise, America and Israel today can forge a security alliance in the Middle East to counter the growing Iranian threat. All countries that are at peace with Israel and all those countries who will make peace with Israel should be invited to join this alliance. We saw a glimpse of that potential alliance on April 14th. Led by the United States, more than half a dozen nations worked alongside Israel to help neutralize hundreds of missiles and drones launched by Iran against us. Thank you, President Biden, for bringing that coalition together. The new alliance I envision would be a natural extension of the groundbreaking Abraham Accords. Those accords saw peace forged between Israel and 4 Arab countries, and they were supported by Republicans and Democrats alike. We could call, I have a name for this new alliance. I think we should call it the Abraham Alliance. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Like Americans, Israelis were relieved that President Trump emerged safe and sound from that dastardly attack on him, dastardly attack on American democracy. There is no room for political violence in democracies. I also want to thank President Trump for all the things he did for Israel, from recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, to confronting Iran's aggression, to recognizing Jerusalem as our capital and moving the American embassy there. That's Jerusalem, our eternal capital, never to be divided again. My dear friends, Democrats and Republicans, despite these times of upheaval, I'm hopeful about the future. I'm hopeful about Israel because my people, the Jewish people, emerged from the depths of hell, from dispossession and genocide. And against all odds, we restored our sovereignty in our ancient homeland. We built a powerful and vibrant democracy, a democracy that pushes the boundaries of innovation for the betterment of all humanity. I'm hopeful about America because I'm hopeful about Americans. I know how much the people of this country have sacrificed to defend freedom. America will continue to be a force for light and good in a dark and dangerous world. For free peoples everywhere, America remains the beacon of liberty its extraordinary founders envisioned back in 1776. Working together, I'm confident that our two nations will vanquish the tyrants and terrorists who threaten us both. As Israel's Prime Minister, I promise you this: no matter how long it takes, no matter how difficult the road ahead, Israel will not relent Israel will not bend. We will defend our land. We will defend our people. We will fight until we achieve victory. Victory over liberty, rather victory of liberty over tyranny, victory of life over death, victory of good over evil. That's our solemn commitment. And we will continue to work with the United States and our Arab partners to transform a troubled region from a backwater of repression, poverty, and war into a thriving oasis of dignity, prosperity, and peace. In this noble mission, as in many others, Israel will always remain America's indispensable ally. Through thick and thin, and thin, in good times and in bad, Israel will always be your loyal friend and your steadfast partner. On behalf of the people of Israel, I came here today to say, thank you, America. Thank you for your support and solidarity. Thank you for standing in Israel, with Israel, in our hour of need. Together we shall defend our common civilization. Together we shall secure a brilliant future for both our nations. May God bless Israel, may God bless America, and may God bless the great alliance between Israel and America forever. Thank you.
Around the flagpole, they tried to, the cops are fighting to save the American flag. They're trying to rip down the American flag. Okay,
we're...
I don't want to get
We're not.
Can't progress. But I think you get a shot. And it's just backwards. It's backwards. It's just moving.
If you're on the walkway,